Howdy.
All right. Get my ears in. It is new, isn't it? I know. I have I have this on because let me show you. Let me show you. Here in the background there. Now, I can also go into the bottom right, put chat in the bottom left. I'm noticing chat isn't showing up. What up, Decimal? How's things? So I assume that you can see stuff. You can, cool. This is the new overlay. What up, Bosnia? Let's see here. Oh, that's gonna make it difficult. I do remember you, Bosnia. Let me catch up on stuff here. Because you will do yoga. No, because under here there's this mocap mode. Allows the skeleton to roughly track its own position without a headset or other trackers. Note that it requires a feet and head tracker to work. So headset here means like the Steam VR or the HTC Vive headset or the Oculus headset. So I still need a tracker for the head. So that's what that's for. And I have the feet on as well. So if I do that and we do a quick reset, no, okay. If I crouch, yeah, it still doesn't do anything. Okay, cool. You can see I've got the legs on. Yeah. All right. All right. That was the main thing I wanted to test out. But since this doesn't do anything for the actual motion capture, I may as well just turn that off and put it aside. Because there's no head that needs to be tracked. That's just me. That's just my face. All right, all of that should be fine. Close those out. All right. So I know that I cannot bother with the leg trackers each morning, which saves me time each day. G'day, Decimal. How you doing? All right, now I just need to. But yeah, the fact that chat's not showing up is interesting. Chat should be over in the corner, over there. So yeah. What we might do, we might quickly correct that. Quickly correct that. And then I can show you what I have planned for the what do you call it? Well, that's why it's not there. Oh, I'm an idiot. That's why. I'm special. That hasn't. Huh. It's because it's not connected. It's not connected to Twitch. That's why it's. Why are they failing? Godot has some weird bugs and stuff at the moment, I think. Oh, hang on. That's why. And restart and go into my custom one. Duh. But yeah, I'm not sure why it's not popping up with that, but you can see how I've got like all these different windows here for I can add redeems, I can add custom wheels. We've got the hot sauce here, which has all the different stuff on it. See, I've got like these things here. I've got the secret word there. I got a toggle treadmill timer because I will have a treadmill redeem. See, I've got my shout outs, my lurks and stuff. All right, let's see. Connect. No, still isn't connecting. I don't know why it's not connecting. I think it's because I opened up the overlay in Twitch and it didn't like that. So, yeah. God damn it. The worst thing, I've got the trackers for my chest and stuff on my back. So now if I want to reset the rotation of everything, I gotta like reach behind my back. Are these linked to OBS? No, this is all my own thing here. So yeah. All right. So what I had an idea for our puzzle game thingamajig, I'll fix up the chat and stuff later. But what I had an idea for last night as I was getting ready for bed was, you know how we've got different ways to complete the puzzles, right? So there's put the shapes through each corresponding slot. There's I need to whip that around too. And then there's like glitching them in, or there's putting everything through the square. You know, stuff like that. I had the idea, what if the player can just grab onto one of these top parts and just open the box and then just place them in? And that would be like a physics interaction where they like grab it and open it and stuff. And then that's a different way of completing it. That's the other. Oh my god, I completely forgot TTS. Which means we'll go back to our old overlay. I still have my old overlay. This is precisely why I still have the old overlay. That, get rid of that down there. Bam. Old overlay looks not bad too. Yeah, it's just difficult to work with. That's all. There we go. It's just like the code base isn't that good and stuff like that. So I prefer to have the other. I prefer the the new overlay, because the new overlay, I can build stuff out in that for like the wheel stuff and everything for the wheel in the new overlay took me like 40 minutes to build yesterday. You have no mouth, but you must scream. There's the TTS will be back now. See, TTS is back. Yeah. You have no mouth, but you must scream. That's right. Everyone has no mouth, but they must scream. This is true. But yeah. Yesterday was horrible. It sucked. One thing I need to figure out is if we're going to have this as a physics thing, I need this hinge here. I need to go... Alright, let's get rid of all this. Get the top. Talking about the wheel, I made one last week. Really nice control. It can run from OBS. Nice. I don't know why, I just dislike dealing with OBS. It's annoying. It's the web sockets and stuff. Ugh. Yeah. Did you see HoloFrame news? So I think that's like that's a person or something. Like if let's see, because there's a song called HoloFrame. That's the only thing I find. A previously undocumented Go-based loader framework called HoloFrame. Well, there you go. There you go. Fix my hair. My hair is perfectly fine. Okay? Perfectly fine. Also, are you streaming on Twitch? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I'm on Twitch, YouTube, Kick, blah, blah. All of them that turn emote only off over there. Why do you need help? That's redeem color. Like, the color command is the only way I can speak because emote only is on. Oh, snap. My bad. Of course. Of course, because the previous overlay was not connected to Twitch when the stream started, so it didn't get the signal to... Yep. My bad. It's connected now. This is the old overlay. The new overlay wasn't connected. Yep. Morse code with emotes. Sorry, I wasn't able to see that. Oof. I was a little bit loud in the ear. In the ear hole. I mean, what's working at the moment? Everything's back working. In the new overlay, we have the emote only stuff will work if I remember to connect the overlay. Obviously, the body works and the camera works. The wheel works for like hot sauce and stuff like that. I set up the treadmill stuff so we can get the treadmill correctly, like actually working. And that would be someone redeems it. It becomes inaccessible to redeem. I set up the treadmill. Start going on the treadmill. A timer appears. People can increase the time or increase the speed through like bits and subs. And then when the timer hits 0, the redeem becomes available 20 minutes after that. That's the plan. And that's why I wanted the motion capture stuff to work with like the legs and the head tracker and stuff so that I could move around on the treadmill and have the body correctly moving as well. Obviously that didn't work, so you know. Whatever. Treadmill will always be there. Um the redeem will always be there, but it's not always going to be redeemable. Been a while since you did the mocap. Yeah, I have to get up early enough to be able to equip it. Um, so that's the yeah. What up? You found us on Twitch. Nice, nice. It's not difficult. It's the same name. So, all right. Oh, doing that's gonna be annoying. I'm gonna pop my left shoulder doing that. Kind of banned from it. Kind of banned. What are you banned from? Separate that. Go to bed. Like everything. Are you actually the country of Bosnia? I don't know if Bosnia is banned from stuff, so. Um, when do I actually get the mocap? I haven't looked at your streams in a while. I've had it for a while. It was usually just my second, like my evening streams that I would wear it because obviously, as I said, in the morning I have to be up early enough to get it all on. So yeah, this is I want to start getting up a little bit earlier so that I can equip all the trackers and go from there. I remember using it in an early subathon. Yeah, I used it. I've used it a couple of times in the morning, but it was normally just an evening stream thing. Oh, that hurt. Nah, almost, almost combed. What's my mustache routine? Um, in the morning, I wake up, I touch it up with some wax, um, and then after stream, I have a shower, and I just kind of let it be as it is after the shower for like
Had to
2
go
or
through
3
some
hours.
legal trouble, but the court papers should be coming soon. This is all your fault because you said I wasn't scary enough to be a demon.
I mean, you're not. I never said you weren't scary enough to be a demon. I said you're only scary enough to be a sleep paralysis demon. Alright? Different. Different. So what I want to do. I want to do that sort of thing. Like so. I'm red now. I'm doing well. I'm doing well, thank you for asking, Decimal. How are you doing? I've been trying to figure out what I want to do in terms of interaction system. Um, let's see. Turn that on. So if I do that, oh yeah, that's good. I like that. I like that. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Fantastic. Don't you? Hot sauce? No. Life has me a chocolate at the moment. I mean, that's for everyone, right? What up, hoy? I would imagine someone like you would use the C++ extension. What do you mean C++ extension? There's multiple C++ extensions. I write the code directly in the engine sometimes. Thank you, Curious. Much appreciated. But that's going to be this should be a wheel. I know why. I know why. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Oh, I've got you. I've got you. Don't worry. Don't worry. Um. There we go. The new overlay expects it to be hot sauce. The old overlay, the one we're using at the moment, expects it to be hot sauces. It's purely a typo thing. All right, 50k hot sauce. There we go. Is that hot? It's medium. It's not like oh my god, my mouth is on fire hot, but it's it you know that it's there. You know it's there. That's a lot more than I wanted. A lot more than I wanted. Thank you very much. So to put it in perspective, Bosnia, that's 50,000 Scoville. That's a medium. You know the heat's there. We have like 105,000 or something. Oh, hiccups. And that's the bomb. Ow. We have a 1.2 and we have a 1.5. Hello, Maggie. Excuse the hiccuping. I've just had some hot sauce. Oh, what were you doing today? G'day, you gidunts. Oh, Christ. Oh. Damn hiccups. Ow! I just want to drink some coffee. God damn. Yeah, let us know what you're up to today, Maggie. I'm testing out some interaction system stuff. Well, I'm building some interaction system stuff. Um, what I want to do is where are we? Do that. Actually, no. Yeah, that's better. Cool. Playing some Final Fantasy 14 on the grind for some endgame stuff. Nice. Nice. Um, duplicate that. Then there we go. And this here. Bam. Then we join those there. I love it. Get that food. Get that food. But the great thing about doing it this way is now that perfectly moves around the hinge. And we can take the base and select all these, join them onto the base. Bam. Bam. How good. Um, we need to get all of these re-enabled again. Take all of this. These two. So they both go under there. Can export this. So that's the blend file. Create a folder. Shape box. Selected objects. Can I send you a cheeseburger? Via imagination. Yes. Yes. All these. Shape blocks. There we go. Say a number. All right. Flurp and Gurp. Yep. That's my favorite number. That do be my favorite number. It is a cool number. It is. Shape box base. Res. Top front. Top back. Cool. No new secret. There is a new secret word. It's been a bit of a hectic morning this morning, with new overlay being tested, finding that things aren't working correctly, having to go back to the old overlay. Yeah. There you go. Secret word is now enabled. Shapebox. Unfortunate. Hello, Mr. Shapebox. Delete all of that. Needs to go up slightly. Up ever so slightly. Maybe a bit more than ever so slightly. Needs to go back. Goddamn clipping. Alright, needs to go back. Lightly. There we go.
Ray.
Bam. Love it. Raise. It's okay, I'll just go to
Radar.
Belgium next time instead. Oh my god, hello Cavino. G'day you good dunce. How yous doing? I will get yoinked. I will get yoinked. My bad. I was very distracted. I was very distracted. Do you like my shape box? It comes in 3 parts. We have the top front, which rotates around the hinge. It's going to be a physics interaction where you like grab it and open it. Yeah. Or you just pick up the shapes and just put them through the slot that they should go through, or whichever slot they fit through. Yeah. Or you figure out how to glitch it through. So those are the options. Yeah. What's your question, Bosnia? You grab that dinner, Cavino. Grab that dinner. Grab it by something. I'm not going to say what to grab it by because that could get me in trouble. Most amount of people you've had watching your stream. After certain raids, it's been like a bit over 100. Yeah. But that's like when someone like Jonathan Blow raids or Adam C. Eunice raids or something, and they bring in like 150 plus people. And then usually when that happens, people will either hang out or they go to another streamer that's on that they like to watch. So yeah. It all depends on what I'm doing on the day too. Like I find that if I get raided by game dev streams, but I'm doing like artwork or I'm doing some testing or whatnot or some gameplay, people don't generally stick around. If I'm doing coding though, people are a lot more likely to stick around, I've found. So, g'day Cam, how you doing? Yeah, sorry about that, Camino. I completely missed it. My bad. How was your stream? What were you up to? I was in the zone. In the zone, admiring my creation here. My physics. That this would be a physics object that like rotates around that exactly. Yeah. So you'll like grab that and you'll move and it'll pull it open. So more hydrate. You got to redeem it again if you want that. Come on. The usual breeding roaches. TMI, Cavino. TMI. I don't need to know what you do in your personal life. He has a lot of experience with it. You can now breed them to be different colors. That's no. That's not that's my thing. I'm the one that changes colors. Also, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. There we go. What's the malfunction? You're right, just ask your mum. The biggest roach of all. Cam's mum. Thanks for the lurk, Cam. Thanks for the lurk. What was I setting up? That's right. I need to... Shape box, rectangle? No, cylinder. Now. What up, Jerem? Good to see you, Waluigi. Good to see you, Jerem. As you can see, I've been digitized. What up, Freddy? Damn, shout out, Cam. Why am I so red? I'm just so dang angry. Angry. Yeah. This is hexagon. This is prism. And star. Patrick. Star Patrick. Moon. Diamond. There we go. You got the hottest sauce for fun. How hot? How hot are we talking? This one here. That's more of a cube, but they're not equal sides, so I'm fine with that. Prism. Cylinder. Now this is changing to a hexagon. Should I eat a Pepper X? If you want to. What's to stop me from spamming your color change? Nothing. Go for it. It has a 1 minute cooldown, so you can change my color every minute. Da Bomb sauce. Da Bomb is hot, but I wouldn't say it's the hottest. Like, I've definitely had hotter sauces. Yeah. Not the hottest, but borderline too spicy. True. That I will agree with. That I will agree with. Why are you... That's better. Get rid of that. All right. Gardyloo. Unfortunately not. That was going to be my next word, Cabino, so I can't use that now. Why does hydrate have a cooldown? So that people don't make me drink like 4 liters of water in 5 minutes. Because that becomes unhealthy. Ketchup is the hottest sauce. That's true. That's true. It's the most red. It's the most red. And that means it's the most hottest. Yeah. Rui Pana had no cooldown. I haven't seen Rui online for a while. Did you drown them, Freddy? Is that why I haven't seen them? I did. Okay. Oh. Oh, damn it, my coffee's cold. My coffee's cold. Why is my coffee cold? I don't want my coffee to be cold. Cold coffee sucks. How big was this? .45? Oh, that's bullshit. No, no, no. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Hang on. That's gonna be, if that's true, that's gonna be very interesting. If that's true, I may just be doing just chatting streams and not have anything visible on, like, no game, like no game data or anything like that on stream. That's gonna be horrible if it's true. Did you hear that? It's just rumors at the moment. Um, I think it was this guy. This one. Twitch and Amazon are apparently planning to use streams to train generative AI. Multiple sources tell me it will be announced in the coming months. Despite some internal friction against it, creators may be able to adopt out of some training data. If that's true, then any modeling I do, any art I do, any gameplay, like any game dev I do and such, I may not actually put on stream. So, yeah. What up, Spunk? How you doing? Is the game coming along? It's coming. It's coming. Yeah. It's coming along. I do need to get myself some more warm coffee. Like some hotter coffee. We got ads coming in, so I'll give you his words for the time being. Let's see. disc. There's the first word for you. That should give you what the entire word is. Should. All right. BRB. I'll be back when I have more coffee. All right. See you in a minute. All right. I'm back. Full reset. All right. There we go. I'm back. Best. No. Well, we still got through it. Well done, Jeff. Well done. That was all you. Hello. Twitch ads really pile on The chat lag? I mean, probably. I have to take your word for it. This here, we're going to change that. Be a cylinder. Be height. Radius. Oh, damn. That was actually like perfect. Snap. I mean, yes. Yes, I meant to do that. Yep. G'day, Misty. How you doing? Oh my god. These trackers. Oh my god, just there we are. Finally. There's the game dev. It's going well. It's going well. We're setting up some bits and pieces here. We need 6. Gonna go down. Negative 0.025. And then point to 1. .205. Then and the X there we are. Beautiful. Beautiful. What up, Ruff? You okay? I hear only some and X. And do you have a stroke? I always have a stroke. Stroke of genius. Oh! That was the stupidest thing ever. 12. Made me laugh. Well, that's all I can hope for. If I can make people laugh, then my job as a streamer is done. It's the only true way to entertain. And then oh, hang on. That's too far. That's close. That's close. Yeah, 7-8. All right, now I need to get the Zs set out. So it's not gonna be. Might be points. 0.0125. No. There we go. All right. Hang on. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's the first 6. Because it's going to end here, and then we're going to go up. And so we'll pop that one there. And be negative. That one will be negative. Um, that one will go there. So now I need. This one goes straight, so that's that one there. So we go from there to there. This one. Go there. There. So that's at the bottom. That one's at the top. Then we go to there. Then we go there. That's what we need. Beautiful. There is our hexagon collision shape. Beautiful. This game is going to be a bit more heavy performance-wise than other games, but there's going to be a lot less physics objects. So, what the fuck? There we go, about time. About time. Alright, so we've got those done. All of these need to lock in place. We also need diamond, star, and moon. Moon. I need to change that. I need that to be the other way. The easiest way to do that there we go. Is that the correct direction? No, that's still not the correct direction. No. I'd have to invert it. But I'm not going to do that. Not doing that. Alright. No one over there. No one there. Alright. This one is diamond. Now, diamond is just that thing rotated. Like, it's just the rectangle, the cube rotated. So... quick load. Moon. What's going on with my Spotify? It seems to just be replaying the same songs over and over again. That's better. That's better. That's better. Much better. Chica, let's do this. Let's do this. Send me the challenge. All right. I think Chica's gonna win. Yes, wrong. Mm-hmm. Hmm. I don't want you to move forward and attack there. That would be the bad. The baddie bad. The bad not goodness. Mmm. Yummy. Yum. Um. Hmm.
"'Tis only a scratch."
Tis. Tis indeed. There we go. GG, Chica. I'm pretty sure you let me win. I'm like 90% sure you let me win there, Chica. Let's see how many times I screwed up. You got me there with the fork. Yeah. Yeah, the fork was a bit of an ouch. Mm-hmm. Pushing there. Because you can't move to any of those slots. You've got to move back. And then when you do, I win. So like you move back, I win that. Right. Right. Oh yeah. Oh. That's why. Oh. Thought you moved bishop there. I did move my bishop earlier. Yeah. I was just having a look at what I could have done. So at this point, like what's is it that? Okay. 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 And if you don't take that, like if you don't do that, but you do something else, like I don't know, push that, then I'll be able to do that, which wins that. Okay. Right. Right, so at that point you've got to take that. Yeah, okay. That's fair. That's fair. I see how it went. All right, so we're going to have some more complicated shapes now. This one here, obviously, is going to be a box. It can actually just be this one. And I rotate it 45 degrees. Beautiful. Gotta work on my Queen's Gambit play. Fair. It is an interesting play, that's for sure. Why is the star rotated all weird? All right, we've got to adjust those. Specifically this one. What up, Orc? How you doing? Welcome in. Apply scale. Apply rotation. Actually, is that able to get in there? Not much. We're tinkering with some puzzle stuff at the moment, just making sure, yeah, that shapes that's easily able to fit through there. I need to change this. So I'm going to do that. Because I'm going to need to remove. I'm going to need to remove all of this. Okay. Do that. Then we can dissolve. Get rid of these edges here. This is where it becomes tough. I think I need to dissolve the edges. I think that's the big thing. Yeah. Yeah. What were you up to, Orc? Tell us all about your stream. There we go. Now I need the moon. So we need to rotate that 180. It needs to go up, I think, to 0.25, negative 0.11. It needs to be a bit higher. Anyway. Mungler, how you doing? Camera? No, that's not the secret word, unfortunately. Too bad for you. Scale by 1.2. Scale everything but the X. Then scale X a bit more. There we go. Making a pass of all things related to handling the avatar in my project. There we go. Today was the first time a death cam was done. Want to see a clip? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Throw that clip to us. All right. This one here. Get rid of these. Actually, before we do that, I want to make sure. Yeah. Beautiful. Such a cool clip and clip maker. Bear in mind, this is the first time it works, so no polish. Let me have a look. Let's have a look. So the death cam's just following it as they get thrown. Nice. Nice. Ah, Fuzzlings clipped it. Ah, I see. I see. That was a good clip there, Fuzzlings. Also should picked a big avatar to do it on. Then the guy is 1 meter 20 centimeters. God damn, they're like 4 foot. Who did the voice acting? The voice acting almost sounds Scottish. Fuzzlings. Ah, okay. Ragdolling for the win. True. True. I need to figure out ragdolling for this project. Um. It's been applied. Oh, that's right. I haven't exported it. You gotta export. Export. All right. There we go. Now it's the same height and size and whatnot, and that moon is now facing the correct way. And now there'll be issues with gear sizes and attack range and such. But come on, being small and big guy and fitting in different places could be very special when playing. That's true. That's true. Have certain things that require you to have a teammate that's either smaller or bigger than you. It's like you need to get something from high up, but you can't reach it if you're small. So you need someone bigger to get it for you. That would be funny. That would be great. I want you to do that now. Oh, Christ. What, we need 20, don't we? It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yep. Yeah, so I've figured out how I'm going to have this puzzle work. So we're going to have it that people can place things through the correct slot, and that's the intended solution. A creative solution would be placing everything through the square or the diamond, or placing some number of shapes through one of the other slots. So, you know, you put the circle through the square and everything else through their respective slots. It's still creative. Or you can just open up the box. Open the box, put them all in. That's it. That would be another creative solution. Or if you are able to glitch the shapes through the mesh, not just use a square hole. I mean, you can just use the square hole if you want. So at that was like one of the first things that I mentioned. You can do that if you want, like the meme. Yes, like the meme. Yes. The thing that I'm gonna have difficulty with this one is determining if they glitched it. So how do I determine? I guess I could have it where if they get it to come in through the side, so I have like an area here that detects the block coming through. I have an area at each of these slots that detects the block coming through. So that way I know when a block is put through one of these slots, and I know when the block has come through the top. So that way I can track how they're doing the puzzle. But if something gets in here into this area and it hasn't come through the top, or it hasn't come through the top, then we mark it as glitched. Yeah. Put an area in each hole as a stage 1 flag. If it gets stage 2 flag without stage 1 flag, crash the game. No. Because the idea, Mungler, is if they want, they can just open up the top and they can just place them in. Yeah. Just corrupt save file. I already have a game that potentially corrupts a save file. I don't need another. Oh, Christ, my fingies are cold. It has been so cold the last couple days. I'm not liking it. What is the weather? My feet are cold. It's so cold that Bureau of Meteorology doesn't want me to know. It's so cold that BOM won't even tell me. It feels like 1.5 degrees Celsius right now. No wonder I'm cold. Jesus Christ. Oh. I just did a 1 hour, 48 minute run. How did you do that, Munglo? How did you do that? You've been here for like 20 minutes. Last I checked, 1 hour and 48 minutes is more than 20. Duh. You have more than just corrupt file issues. Oh yeah, definitely. Like I'm currently rebuilding the uh restocking logic, like completely rebuilding it. So that's going to take me a bit. We do have auto backup. I did implement an auto backup restoration. So when the game is saving, or when the player saves the game, if there is a save file, I copy it to a .bak file. And then if something happens that causes a save to get corrupted, when you go to load that game up, it will go, is this a valid file or is it corrupted? If it's corrupted, it goes, all right, is there a backup file? If there is a backup file, it copies that backup. And then it copies that backup and then proceeds from there. So came here after I did it, obviously. Running the game librarian, by the way. Nah. I'm sorry, Mungalo, but that does not, like, if you're not in my stream, you don't exist. Yeah. But yeah, I did get hit with the first release curse. Cause like I actually went through and tested everything. Like even on stream, I got an employee, I assigned them to check out, made sure everything worked, made sure me interrupting them in the middle of the process worked, in like both scanning, taking payment, taking, like, giving change, all that kind of stuff. I made sure, like, I tested all of that. And then I tested them being assigned restocking, and I tested them being assigned security. And then I tested the auto trappers, and I tested the workbench, and I purchased a box of every product to make sure that every product was able to be delivered and able to be put on shelves. And when they were put on shelves, it was all positioned correctly. And when you expand the store, it expands correctly. Like, I tested all of it. And then all of a sudden, I give it to other people, and it all just starts going to shit. And it's like, well, the fuck? What's the point in testing anything? What is the point in doing any sort of testing? What you're saying is you didn't even manage to mess it up, so you corrupt the backup. Should have had 10 million unit tests. That's what I'm doing with this game. There we go. So what I want to do is we have gut here. So we've already got the Godot unit test add-on installed. Once I have this puzzle implemented, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a unit test. When you raise your left hand, why is Sue using left arm? Oh, I think I know why. It's because I'm flipped. Yeah. Yeah. I had the camera flipped. So, yeah. It might be better. Might be better if I do this. Because now when I'm looking off camera, I'm looking at this monitor. When I'm looking on screen, I'm looking at the monitor that has all of this stuff. Yeah. Makes more sense there. More logical. Yeah. Thank you for letting me know about that. I didn't even click that that would be an issue. All right. That's what I was doing. We need to get these set up. There we go. So now we need to start positioning all this. We'll start with this point over here, which is negative 0.0205. Is it? Ah. All right, so 2.4. Cool. And then three. And you can be like, there we are. We're going to take that, paste it here, but make that negative. Now this one, if I do this as 0.024, it's going to go too far. That's okay. And we make this the reason why this has to be so precise is because it's going to need to fit through that. So if it's not precise, like if we just have it as like a circle, If we have it as a circle, then you won't be like you'll be able to put it through with like the point there. Yeah, that's not going to make sense. Or if we have it as a square, you'll be able to put it through in like any orientation. If we have it as a pentagon or a hexagon or something, then you'll be able to put it through like this, but you won't be able to rotate it a little bit and put it through here. Yeah, it wouldn't work. Like there'd be like something here blocking it. So should we? If I did have it as a what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as a pentagon, and I had like each edge of the pentagon there, as you rotate it, that would work. That would work. Because that's a hexagon with 6 sides. But the pentagon, yes. 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 Yes, 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 yes. Okay, so we only need 10 in total. 1. Let's get rid of that. This will be 0.02. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work nicely. And having it done this way is going to be a lot better processing wise than using a concave collision mesh. Like the physics is going to be processing a lot faster with a 5-point pentagon than a 10-point concave star. Yeah. Good shit. Good shit. .025. This one will be negative point. No, it'll be positive. Ads coming in. That means it's words. It's time for words, yo. All right. Let's word it up. Word.
Wordies.
Wordies indeed. Beat. Debate. Debate what? Bait. Not in the middle of a stream. That's another one. That's the other. That's another. Oh man. Date. Nice. Baited. Teed. Nice. I wonder. Ated? No. Sure. Abbott. Hey, Abbott. That's from Robin Hood Men in Tights, in case you didn't know. I just remembered something. I just remembered part of this new GPU crisis that's going on. Yeah, there's AMD. Stupid. Stupid. What? Oh. No. Lensed. I said lens and it said no. Lens with an E.
Pick up the pace, Hypno.
No. Never. 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 What about D lens? Needles. I mean, we haven't done need yet, so yeah. There you go, Sammy. There you go. I picked up the pace, and because of me, we won. Yep. Yep. All because of me. Um, Let's see. That's not right. So if I drop this down to... Gotta be precise. I copy that, paste it there, but I make it negative. Cool. Now I should be able to copy that, paste it there. Lovely. Alright, and then I can copy that, paste it there, negative. Now we just go through them one by one. And just copy, paste, move down. This one. Sweet. So that would not fit through there or there. Would fit through there. It would fit through there, and that's fine. Not there, not there. And if I set up the same area there, then when you rotate it a bit, it's unable to fit because it goes over that area there. Yeah. All right. But now I've fucked that one up because I didn't make it unique. No! I need to redo all of this one now. This one will be So there we are. Now we need these other ones to be repositioned. So this one here. All right. That one there. That one there. There we go. Copy this. There we are. That's the top done. And actually, that's 6. This is 7. And that needs to be that. Point that there. Take 2. Put that at 8. Take 3. Put that at 9. Let's just redo that. That's what we're going to do. Redo it. Three goes to 10. There we are. Cool. Oh, now I've got the moon. So I think the moon. I think I can create that curve, but I can't create that unless I do a concave. So I think I should be able to get away with just putting it straight across there. Because that way it can still fit through the square, the circle, the diamond. It can't fit through the star. Can it? No, it can't fit through the star. And it can't fit through the pentagon because it'll like curve and like cause a problem. Potentially. Anyway. How many do we need? We need 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. Welcome back, Bosnia. Did everyone hear about the new GPUs that AMD's releasing? They're top of the line GPUs that AMD's bringing out. Like they are so worth the money. Top of the line. Top of the line GPUs right here. The 950 max of 8 gig of RAM. However, there's going to be a 4 gigabyte version. So if you only want to play games from mid 2010s and earlier, this is the GPU for you. There is. It's so stupid. Oh god. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. I remember that video about a guy. This thing. This guy like set up an entire fabrication process inside his shed that created like a 330 nanometer thick thingamajig. Obviously not going to be as performant as stuff out there. But if people like this can optimize the shit out of it and eventually create like a DIY product that people can buy for like a few $1,000s to create their own memory modules and stuff for like RAM and SSDs and things like that. Oh my god, I would be all over it. I would be all for that. That'd be fantastic. I would buy those. I would make my own RAM and stuff. Even if it's not stuff that I'm making for like gaming PCs and stuff, if it's just something that I'm making for like just something that runs off on the side to like process things off the side. That'd be fantastic. It'd be fantastic. Ow. .0205. Maybe maybe 1. We go negative 0.0. And now I'm multicolor. Woot woot. But yeah, it'd be pretty sweet if that type of stuff got created. Never need to worry about RAM prices again. There we are. And then pop that there. Let me see, this would go. Should I've had that as 0? Ooh, whoops. Hmm. Ah, 6. That's better. That's better. What's the most recent game you played? Path of Exile. Yep. Played that for about 2 hours yesterday. Spent the rest of the day making a bunch of other stuff. Realizing that I broke a lot of stuff and have to restart completely. But yeah. Played Minecraft 14 hours straight, just finished my huge project. Never really got into Minecraft. Damn, that's exact. That's the exact corner point. Freaking hell. I mean, I may as well try to get it perfect, right? Yeah, that's close enough. Good enough. What would it take for you to try it? I wouldn't. That's all there is. Why? It's just not the kind of game I'm interested in. It doesn't interest me. Five. Hmm. There we are. I can also copy these around. So but what if it was chess? 2031 ELO on chess.com. Are you proud of me? I mean, are you proud of yourself? Yeah. No, but I just want to say keep going. You're doing a great job and I hope you reach your goal. Thank you very much, Oliver. I'm sorry I missed that message from however long ago it was. That was my bad. My bad. That one there is going to be 0 on that, and this is going to be like 0.0205. Yep. Um, this would be negative. Nine is about right for that. 1-9. About 8-5 is correct for that. Sweet. So if I copy that, paste it there, copy 4 to 8, copy 3 to 9, copy 1 to 10, Oh no, copy 2 to 10. 2 to 10. There we go. Now we need to bump this to 22. Which means now copying 10 to 11. We're going negative. Now I need to copy this first 1 to 12. I need to copy, so I've copied 0. I need to copy 1. Copy 2. Then 3. Copy pasting. I need 6. Almost. Oops. Now I need 8. And 9. There we are. Perfect. I'm going to save this. I'm going to do Moon Convex Collider. I'm going to save this one as Hexagon. Convex Collider. Oh, actually, no, Pentagon. This one needs to save as Hexagon. And then the Prism. There we have it. Shapes for all of them. Now we can start setting up this thing's collisions. Static body. Collision shape. This will obviously be a box. That is not very tall. Maybe we make it 2. And that will need to go down to there. .5. Yep, perfect. And then make it unique. Window 2. Make that 0. Does it matter that we have some overlap there? Like what I want to do, 0.28. Bump it like so. And then we can duplicate that. Move it over that side. Make it unique. And this, instead of being 0.3, that'll also be like 0.28, I reckon. Um, .24. Cool. Good old colliders. I like it. Now, here's the big question. What is the best way to handle the collision shapes for these? The areas and stuff. So like I can easily put areas there, but I can't just put like a rectangle, like a box collider there and there. You know? If I did, I would need some way of disabling the collision with that box. So like as they're putting it through, if it's but then like if I have it so that as they're putting it through, it disables the collision. If they move it out of the area, so it's like half in, half out, that would be valid. Do the areas have the ability to detect if something is completely contained within it? I don't think they do. I think they just have like an has overlap. Mm. Yes, there's no way to know if it contains an object. I'd have to do some sort of manual calculation. When it's in the area, set a flag that enables that manual calculation. So if they try to move out, we check it, enable the collision layer, and have it prevent them from being able to. What would that calculation be, though? Because it'd be fucking complex, that's for sure. Because it would have to take into account rotation. Yeah, it'd have to take into account rotation and position. Like, based on its rotation. That's. Yeah, no. That's not how we're gonna do it. That's overly complicated. The other option is we have this create a collision shape as a static body child as a tri-mesh. However, that becomes very complicated. And that's definitely going to be a performance impact. But it's only going to be while we have a shape trying to. Let's see what else we can get. A single convex isn't going to work. Multiple convex? No. That's terrible. Doesn't even have slots. A single convex is just gonna do nothing. Apparently do nothing. That's what a single convex is going to do. There we go. Yes, that just creates a prism. What I could do, I think I know what I can do. If I take this that's not good. Um, how about this? I have another idea. Um, add a cube. That contains them all. Okay. What up, Kingslayer? How you doing? Um, do that. Move this one out there. Probably want it to be a bit less than that. See, like Slipknot, I approve. A few of their songs. You know, my music taste is quite varied. So what I'm thinking with all this is I create a block here. And that block basically becomes so we do that. And then I can create a convex for this. And the rest of it around here can just be simple block. Like simple box colliders. We're making a puzzle game, Kingslayer. There's going to be multiple. Like, this is the first puzzle. This is just going to be the first puzzle, like the most basic puzzle. There'll be multiple ways to complete it. So there's the intended way of taking each shape and putting them through the slot that they correspond with. There's creative ways, such as putting everything through the square hole. You know? Or you can even just grab the top, open it up, and then place them all in through there if you want to. Like, that's up to you. Or because it's going to be like a kinematic interaction where you can like move things around and you can like grab things and move backwards to pull them and stuff like that. If you can get them into the box by glitching them through the wall or something like that, then it marks the puzzle as completed via glitch. And we use these intended creative and glitch methods of completing puzzles to determine what narrative you're on and what ending you get. And then there's replayability. So you keep going back and completing the puzzles in different ways to figure out, like, to get all of the endings and to access all of the secrets and get all the collectibles and stuff like that. So that's our idea. Yeah. I'm still trying to determine if I want the base, like the foundation of all of our puzzles, to be kinematic interactions, or if I want them to be, like, if I want to have something else as the foundation of all the puzzles, and then the way you interact with it is just through kinematic interactions. Or I can add equipment down the track. So if you get to a point you can't figure out how to complete it, maybe you're able to get equipment that allows you to do something you can't physically do. So if you can't pick up something because it's too heavy, but you can push and pull it, but you can't figure out how to complete the puzzle, you can get a device that allows you to levitate that item and move it somewhere else. Yeah, it's a puzzle game at heart, but I don't think the puzzles are going to be comparable to The Witness, for example. Like, some of the puzzles in The Witness are really, like, those are really clever, interesting puzzles. I don't think any of our puzzles are going to get as creative or as interesting as those. Our puzzles will be sort of like Portal level of creativity, where it's like the puzzles are like kind of interesting, but they're not like, oh my god, that's so creative, sort of thing. It's like, yeah, they're cool. They're cool, but they're not on the same level as The Witness. Yeah. So in this game, I want the puzzles to be sort of interesting and sort of creative, but they are mostly a mechanism to progress the story. You know? Except for like the secrets and stuff. Like the secrets are kind of extra things that you can do. And there will be some narrative stuff through those secrets. But yeah. Comparing your puzzles to Portal is definitely a challenging ceiling to parallel. So the puzzles aren't going to be Portal puzzles. Like, I'm not gonna have a gun where you like use the gun to move things or to do stuff like that. But like when you think about the Portal puzzles, you're using an item to give yourself momentum or to access areas that you otherwise can't access, or to move things around. You know? It's not like those are those are pretty standard things. Yeah, you can do that via a lot of different mechanisms. Picking up 3D cube and placing it on a pressure pad. Yeah, exactly. Like, or like creating two portals so that the cube lands on a pressure pad up on a point that you can't reach. You know, stuff like that. Like they're creative and they're fun, but they're not out of the realm of creativity for most people. Like most people can come up with those types of puzzles. You know what I mean? What makes Portal fun? Like for me, what makes Portal really engaging is GLaDOS. GLaDOS and oh my god, W, not Watson. Oh my god. Were Wilson is from Castaway, not Wally. Not Watson. But yeah, like their dialogue and their interaction with the player kind of adds that extra bit, like that extra entertainment to the game. So yeah. Yeah, GLaDOS is from Portal, but in Portal 2, Weebly? No, not Weebly. Oh my god, what's his name? Oh my god. I just started my indie dev journey, checking out dev streamers. You're the first one I watched. Nice. Nice. Thank you very much. Every Wheatley. That's his name. Wheatley. Oh, god damn. Oh. We got ads coming in. Yeah, I really need to figure out what I'm doing here. Because I think just having this area as a convex area, like convex collision shape, will definitely be better because we don't need to have too much complex collisions at that point. Like it limits our collision complexity. All right, there's the first word for you. I need to BRB. Okay, so I'll be back momentarily. Verb. Well, what about refused? Was that an option? I don't know, you guessed that. Diffuser. It was fake. Okay. Okay. Well, back to it. Let's do another round. Let's turn that off. Middle limed. I'm really not liking this cold weather. Holy shit, it's 10. I thought it. Huh. I thought it was 9 a.m. I thought it was only 9. Mild. There it goes. There it goes. Um, um, mile. Demi. No. Oh, Delhi. Died. One word away. Ah. One word from perfect. Imagine if someone was helping us, Sammy. Imagine if someone was helping us. We'd be unstoppable. um, uh, oops. All right. This is bent, isn't it? Hmm. I guess I could go back to... It's cutting through these. Grab this. Move it like so. And if we take these, split that, hide it, want to make sure we get this correct. All right. Um, not really. How can I cut this stuff out? What's the best way to do this? My fucking god, is this thing... There we go, about fucking time. So I need to move these elsewhere. As we cut them out. Now, if I have this, is there a way I can boolean it with that? So that there, make it a little bit larger. If I duplicate this, parent it under there, have you as 45. Boolean modifier. Right there. You Boolean modifier. All right. Now that's perfect. What we can do now is for the top front, Boolean. Front panel. Hmm. You see how it hasn't gotten rid of the front? Hmm. That's annoying. If I apply scale and rotation, not rotation. If I scale it up that way, And that will completely, or should, disappear, but it doesn't want to. Why does it not want to completely disappear? What's its issue? What is its issue? So I just want it to cut out. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this. Fucking god, select edge. Select the edge. Subdivide. So if we did that, there should be absolutely no bend in any of that. Should be no bend. But you never know. You never know with this stuff. Blender could have a hissy. Could give like a little bit of a floating point freak out. Who knows? Okay. Then we can create that. Question is, no, it doesn't show up. Perfect. That's what we want. And the reason why we want that is so we can have this area here. We can just create a couple of cubes. I just create like a cube across top and the bottom, and in the sides there's our colliders. And then we have this as like a convex or concave, like a tri-mesh to help keep things in line. We're going to do the same thing around here. You're going to be back panel. Merge that at last. Go there. All right. Subdivide. Subdivide. These. Like so. Hang on. Yep. I know what issue I did there. Because I've resized it, some of the shapes went out of whack. Yeah. There we go. Morning, Mike. How you doing? By the way, you don't play the bobblehead music anymore. I've never played the bobblehead music on stream. I don't have music, like background music playing for the stream. It's because it's like, do I need background music really? I'm sure you've all got music that you want to listen to that's not music that I'm forcing you to listen to. You know? It's kind of weird after all these streams. I know. It is a bit of an adjustment, but yeah. If you want to listen along to what I'm listening to, it's up here. But yeah, otherwise it's just whatever you want to listen to and whatever we're talking about. That feels uneven. But I know it's just because of the angle I'm viewing it from that it looks uneven. Alright, there we go. Perfect. Beautiful. Don't worry, I can adjust. I hope so. I hope you're not that rigid. Okay, so that's going to make our collision shapes a lot better. One thing I do want to do as well, kind of take this. I want kind of want to go you subdivide. And then that go up there. That go forward to there. Get rid of those faces. Do that, and then just have this triangle here be like a single bit of mesh that doesn't move with anything else. Yeah. Get rid of that. Oop, nope, that's extrude. Nope, that was a big break. That was a big no-no. That's right. I need to claim Tempest Rising before the 3rd. Because otherwise the key goes bye-bye. It's Saturday, isn't it? That means we've got what? We've got 4 days until a new Humble Bundle. Yeah. New Humble Bundler. Should I break these up? I feel like breaking these up so that we have like a separate section here, a separate section for the base. Nah, I can do all of that via material. That's fine. Via textures and stuff. What I will need to do. We'll need to subdivide twice. Have those go up there. And there. Oops. And then I can subdivide all of that. Mm. Oop. Then there we are. Bam. Fix those up. That's some good meshing right there. Damn, too bad I didn't have correct face attributes turned on. That'll be awkward. I'll deal with unwrapping this at a later date. But for now, that should be very good. What goes into the triangle? That's right, circle. No. Oh, no. It's a. I missed that. Like, where does the triangle go? That's right, through the square. Where does the circle go? Correct, through the square. Let's export this boy again. There we go. I was like, what's it doing? What's it doing? Why is it? All right. Let's add a mesh instance. This is for the front. Means back panel. And this one is front panel. Uh-oh. So we have a slight problem. Apply rotation. Apply rotation. Now, if I move I need that origin. Ah, beautiful. That'll work. Export once more. And now I'm white. Yay. I mean, what? There we go. Now, they look like that at the moment because we haven't actually applied any material or anything like that. However, it would be nice if they looked identical in color. And there is a material. You're pure white. Why do you have two materials? Oh, one for the hinges, one for... Yep. Yep. I'm with you. I'm going to name those so that I don't... Get rid of that. You're going to be... Let's go. Wood red. Wood blue. Wood green. Wood yellow. Now, for now, I'm just going to assign them colors. We'll apply textures and stuff to them in the future. That there. Go blue. That there. Green. Up here. Where's the hinges? The hinges for that side don't exist. Oops. I'm going to have to copy those, like duplicate those again. But that's okay. Because you can be blue. Everything linked and be green. Or do I want to flip those? I feel like flipping those. Yeah. Yeah. Angelus. Could call it, could say that it has the hingles. As in shingles, but Yeah, it's an illness that causes them to not have hinges. That. Obviously, these are just temporary materials. You upgrade to Clanker. No, so this mech is controlled by me still. Um, it doesn't think for itself most of the time. Most of the time. Um, oh, hang on, that's Origin. You over there. Do that. There we are. That's a good temporary until we start assigning it like wood and wood textures and whatnot. Weird not seeing you floating in the abyss. Always like to imagine that you're literally just a human head IRL. I mean, technically, I still am. I mean, you got to remember this. This is just a virtual mech. I'm still just a head and hands. Like the virtual mech is purely there so that I can do some interesting things, like yeah. Look how well those arms track to my hands for the most part. Yeah, they track very nicely. Any plans for the bevel? Any plans for a bevel on the box? I'm thinking about it. Like maybe just for like some of the edges here. Yeah, just like because I wouldn't want to do it everywhere. Like I wouldn't want to have like this stuff bevel and whatnot. But it'd probably be like a tiny bevel like that sort of thing. Yeah. Or maybe because that's the thing, there's so much mesh that goes into the bevel. Yeah. But it's gonna be now he's anonymous. I have to be unlocked. Yep. It's true. This is true. Good song. Um Yeah, I guess I could. Like I'd only want to do it for there though. Like I wouldn't want to do it. Oh, hello. Almost forgot about those. Whoops. Whoops. Um but yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure if I'd want to apply a bevel. Yeah. Especially with it connecting onto those bits down there. Like that's not gonna it's not gonna bevel nicely at that point. See? I'd have to separate those top bits out into their own. I could probably bevel the tops slightly. Yeah. Then be like shade smooth. And now I've got to deal with like unwrapping stuff and whatnot. Also for the shapes and the boxes, maybe. Yeah. But like I'm not worried about doing that stuff at the moment. Fuck, I'm not gonna have enough undos. Um I'm not worried about that stuff at the moment. I really just want to get this implemented with some basic colors, the hinges, and stuff like that, so that we can start implementing interactions and stuff, and then figure out the materials and all that kind of stuff down the track. Um, just use weighted normal modify; it'll fix it. No, because I'm going like I need to create a texture for it. Like Hinges opening look good. Yeah. Yeah, so you can see the origin there for the top bit. That origin is the center point of that hinge there. So it's going to be a kinematic interaction. I'm going to have a pin joint there and a pin joint there that aren't allowed to move. Like lock the two things in place. And then the player will be able to grab this top part. They'll be able to walk backwards. And that will hopefully cause that to like open up like so. Yeah. Have the lid as a rigid body so that it, like, if you open it up and drop it there, have it as a rigid body so it like falls down. You know, do that sort of stuff. Yeah. Yeah. For now, that's all I need. Oh shit, we got ads in progress. Words. Words. I'm still so cold. Muse. On my way to put everything, but maybe the star in the square hole. Well, you can put everything through the square hole, or the diamond hole, or the diamond hole. Yeah. That is going to be a creative solution. That looks wrong. What, muscle? I think it's musel. A slew. Muses, yep, yep. Slews, nice. Well done, Jordster. Emus. Emus is one. Elms is another, as in the tree, the wood. Yeah. Hmm. Muss. Perfect round. Well done, everyone. Let's do another since we got perfect. Why not? Why not? Ging. That's me. Taking. Taxing. Now, XB fake. A Kang. Tang. Ting. Ain't. Actually, I don't think this game accepts ain't. Akin. Nice. Knit. Tang. Anti. Nice. Nice. Gain. Of course it's gain. That's two perfects in a row. I'm kind of tempted to just keep going. I think we keep going until we lose. And then we'll just be done with words for the day. All right? Hidden letter. It's not panel. Plain is not allowed. Okay. P is fake. P is the fake letter. Landfill. F is hidden. Nice. Lael. You're magic, Jordster. You are. You really are magic. Final. Nice. Nice. Nail. Hmm. Flan. Hell yeah. Crushing it. Nil? No. All right, 2 levels. Well, that was a lot of Fs. I didn't realize I was holding down F. That's the problem with some mechanical keys. My switches are a bit softer than other ones. 5 letters minimum. 5 letters minimum. V is fake. Um, uh, Score R. R is hidden. Okay. Corset. Nice. Cause. V be fake. Escort. Sector. I'm well, I brain farted on that one. Well, we're getting to the point where we're not able to keep going, so we need to. Um, Duets. Studio. So J is fake. And I is hidden. Outside. Um. Tedious. Nice. Nice. Um. I don't know. Douse. Sod it. Damn. Well, we did well. We did well. You all need to get on my level. ignore the round ranking, ignore the level ranking, just focus on the general ranking. All right. All this exports voila. All of these green, blue, yellow. Diamond was red. Rectangle can be green. Prism can be yellow. So stars, yellow, blue, green, red, blue. Sweet. There's only one in there that's red. That's the diamond. Cool. Bam, 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 bam. All of those need to be redone. Because they've been renamed. we go. Looks pretty nifty, doesn't it? Color work on the suit, but not the head. Yeah, it does. Oh, hang on. I think the issue there is that it's so dark you just can't see anything. Like it's a very dark color that you've selected. Whereas if you pick like a lighter color, then you will be able to see it on my face. Draw purple, I can see it in the suit. Yes, but like it like my purple is itself a very dark color in most scenarios. Like the purple I have on in Godot, that's a brighter purple. But like when you factor the purple into the chroma keying and the scan lines and all that stuff, it gets darkened. So like if I change it, also that's not my purple. That's not my purple. My purple is that. It's not 1F, it's 2-0. Yeah. You are off. You are off by the slightest bit. The tiniest margin. Carl pick from my logo. So that logo is created using Blender with lights and stuff in Blender shining on it. So it's not going to be an exact match. It's going to be very close, but it's not going to be an exact. Yeah. Also, Cobbler, I've done some updates. I've done some updates to all of that. Now, obviously, like, for some reason that one's moving. I don't know why, but yeah. You get the idea. That one there. So, like, its X is correct, but for some reason it's like way off. It's because it's no, it's not because it's rotated by 90. Ah, it's because it's forward. Yeah. It's out of position there. There we go. There we are. Yeah, so what you can see at the start of the stream, is this actually being a it's actually a 3D scene in here. Right in here. And it's like that's being projected from here. Like if I have the camera. So like all of that stuff is underneath here. So like the lenses, for some reason, the refraction and stuff is like really weird. Yeah. But I think that's because they're like scaled up. Oh no, they're not scaled up. Never mind. Um But yeah. That's all it is. Hydrate. I can do that. Absence of green. Thank you for the hydrate. Much appreciated. Okay, so under here we've got those. Jaw welcome. G'day, Bob. How you doing? How's the fantastic Bobimus? What is that? It's not how high those are. Oh, I see. I'm sorry, that's going to do my head in. Are we going to get stellated rhombic dodecahedron? That's the only big shape I know. Because I loved Yoshimoto cubes years ago. Made a few paper ones. I have no idea. Probably not. I'm doing well, thanks, Bob. That one there, that one should be yellow. If we have that. On there. There we are. That'll fix those up. The hell's happening there? Oh, that's right, because the face direction and stuff. Yeah. Okay. Want those to line up exactly so it doesn't look weird when they open it up. Yeah. Merge verts? God, no. What are these Yoshimoto cubes? If there's a way I can work them in, then sure. Oh, those. Ooh. You know what? You know what? Is there enough to work with there? What up, Mel? No advice since the AI on Godot, anyways. Or sick to the AI on Godot, anyways. Now I have a tiny slice of a Fallout clone in Godot in 3D that has a quest giver, a monster, and an item drop from the monster to turn in the quest. Not worth looking at, but the AI did Godot fine. I mean, the AI does it fine. It's doing it at scale. Yeah. Like AI is very good to do like small things. But if you want to try and use AI to make something the size of Fallout in Godot, there's probably that like guaranteed to be performance problems and a ton of bugs. So, big new version of Godot. Do you mean 4.7? Because I am using 4.7. Not 4.7.1, just 4.7. Export. No idea if it's going to actually work. I have faith in the libraries I added. I haven't looked at the code enough to see if it's sustainable. What's the big thing in the newest version? Oh, what's big in the new version of Godot? Right. Probably the biggest thing is the area light, but that's also very performance intensive. So like basically just like projecting a light from a rectangle area instead of having like an omni light or a spotlight. Um, yeah. So there's that. There was a bunch of other stuff that they added that was pretty cool. I think they allow you to copy, so like you can copy the entire transform section, you know, instead of just copying the position and then the rotation and then the scale and all that stuff. I think you can also favorite a property, and then that sticks up the top. So those things are good. I don't think there's anything else really big. Cool, that's better. It's not messing with my eyes anymore. I think the area light's a good addition. It is a good addition, but you don't want to use a lot of it. Like, I have 2 in Bobble Shop Sim, and when people turn them on, there is a noticeable FPS drop. So they do pack quite the performance hit. Which is like some stuff that we need to figure out. I still need to find a keycap model that matches Razer's one. My custom super key isn't aligned. Nice. I do like custom keycaps. So they need to optimize it. Yeah. But I mean, that's kind of what you expect with new things that come in. You can't expect them to be like. You can't expect them to be fantastic and amazing, like perfect performance sort of thing. So this here, like, I like this place because you can select your layout. Now you can go to your colors. They have a bunch of preset colors and whatnot. But I feel like going. Because the problem with this one is if I go. Purple, it puts all of those purple. But like, what I would want to do, if I go to the advanced editor, what I can do. I can start to do this. Yeah, and start to like. Maybe turn off Dark Reader so you can see it properly. Like, you start going through and you're like. I copy the key content. Oh, whoops. But obviously, it's like F2. And then you like completely customize all of it. Yeah, and then I can have like alternating colors across the top. Just get real weird with it. "3D print your own keycaps." I don't have my 3D printer anymore. What up, Pengu? How you doing? How goes Luxembourg? This side part here. Probably duplicate it. Let's make it a X. What we need 4, 8, 10. And you go negative 0.0105. How big were you on the Z? 2.6? We drop you down. Let's bump you out to 3, actually. Okay, so 6 is perfect. To 9. And then copy that, paste it there. We make that one negative. That gives us the base. I actually think they need to be a little bit... Because otherwise the boxes, like the shapes are gonna overlap with the edge. That's right, I can do that. It's okay if it's a bit further in. What up, Replicapra? How you doing? Can only find the square caps right now, not the slightly wider ones for the Control Alt Super. Yeah, yeah. Why is there no snapping? There is snapping, but I'm not... Like, that doesn't really apply to what I'm doing at the moment. I'm just kind of resizing things and moving them around. There we go. Because I've already got them in position. So if I have this as 2, 2, now I've got to move it to 3, 9. And you be 3, 9. Cool. And I can even shrink this down. Like so. Lovely. Which means this one here, pop you at 3, 9. Now we need to get these. I don't think it's 2, 9. Well, actually, that's fine. It's this one here that we need to adjust. There we go. You're going to be 5, 5, 5, 6. Now that's what I need to avoid. I'm making everything very precise. I gotta move it back. That should be fine. I'm doing well, thanks, Repler. How are you doing? What have you been up to? Enjoying the first sub 20 temps of the day, 3:30 a.m. while doing some learning. That's better than my temperatures, I'll tell you that much. Like right now it feels like it's 9 degrees. Feels like it's 9 degrees, but earlier when I started streaming, it felt like 1 degree. My feet are a little bit chilly. Downstairs was freezing, upstairs boiling. Smoke alarm went off at least 4 times, didn't always shut up. Hoping it was just difference tripping it. I'm still here, so I can confirm there's no fire or leaks. You hope. I'll take those temps any day. No. No. Give me something that feels like 15 degrees. That's beautiful. Ow, my knee just went pop. Screw it. I'm putting it back to 9. Well, actually, hang on. Hang on. I'm going to do something first here. Um, I have your height as 2'2". That's not going to work. There. And then these bottom ones here. There. Just have it as a triangle, like a prism. That's all we need. Much easier. Yep, sweet. And then what we need top fronts. I can copy this. Excellent. And another rigid body, which will be top back. Now we need some collision shapes. Personal comfy zone is between -5 and 10. So 1 is heck and sweet. God, no. Rather have 1 degree than 30 degrees Celsius. Nah. Nah. No. See, for me, it all depends on if there's wind. If there is wind, 30-degree day over a 1-degree day. If there is no wind, neither of them. And the right of my desk feels empty without my half-done Bionicle against it. I keep looking to the white wall and think you need to get another Bionicle. Need to get another Bionicle to be half done. You're near crucified guy in general. Or is it? Discover the power of magnets. Some machine screws to have janky stands. Had poor Bionicle guy sitting on the pile. Yeah, I cracked the magnets, but they worked. Now shooting everywhere. Man, you've really just like pinned the torso up, haven't you? That's like, if other Bionicles see that, they're gonna be like, "Oh my god, that's disgusting. What kind of maniac would do this?" That's like if that is to Bionicles what what like half a human hanging on a wall is to people. That's what that is. I've half finished my Optimus Prime Lego. Nice. When are you gonna finish it though, Mike? That's the big one. Wind makes most weather weird. I just love cold temps, but on a warm hoodie and stay at a comfy temp while breathing biting cold air. No. No. You see, right now I'm very cold because I don't have 5 layers on. Yeah. Power World, you can be replaced thing. Yeah. Always cold day of a hot day for me, because at least you can wrap yourself. At least you can wrap a blanket around yourself. On a cold day, just run a cold bath and just lay down in that. Done. Problem solved. Uh... Because of how these are angled, it's gonna need to be. Let me check something. Great collision shape as a sibling. Okay, so that's not good. That's also not good. That's terrible, actually. Because the question becomes, is it more performant to have 4 simplified like if I have this tri mesh in there that I move here. Oh, actually, whoops. That I move here. If I have that tri mesh and then I have a convex shape there, a convex shape there, another one there, and another one there. But those convex shapes just have what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just have 8 points each. And then obviously this tri mesh needs to be a lot more detailed because we want to make sure that our object only goes through there. We don't want to have it as a circle and have it that it can be like rotated outside or something like that. Or is it better to have it all as just a single tri mesh? Because obviously a tri mesh is more performance intensive. Keeping the number of shapes as low as possible to improve performance, especially for dynamic objects like rigid bodies or character bodies. On top of that, avoid translating, rotating, or scaling collision shapes to benefit from the physics engine's internal optimizations. When using a single non-transformed collision shape in a static body, the engine's broad phase algorithm can discard inactive physics bodies. The narrow phase will then only have to take into account the active bodies. If a static body has many collision shapes, the broad phase will fail. The narrow phase, which is slower, must then perform a collision check against each shape. If you're running into performance issues, you may have to make trade-offs in terms of accuracy. Most games out there don't have a 100% accurate collision. They find creative ways to hide it or otherwise make it unnoticeable during gameplay. That's a good point. What I could do is have it that if the player is putting something through here, just have it as a box, like a square opening. Have the area rotated. No. We need to think about how we're going to do that in a performative way. How are we going to do that so that it keeps performance high? That's going to be interesting. I guess you're going to push that there. No, no. Attack you. Now I can go there, but then you can just take it. I can go there. Then you can just move back. But then I can check you. And then take that. And then you can take there and I can take there. And then you can take there and I'm screwed. Okay. Yeah, if you okay, cool. Fork 'em. Yes. Oh. Wow. Fork them. Oh yeah. Push you there to defend that. Attack both of them. I'm liking this. Pop you there. Let's see. Push you there to defend it, but then I can also back you out after. The bodiless become drone, of course. Always become drone. You take there, I can take there. Ultimately, what I want to do is get you off there. I have lost control. I've lost control and I'm doing. I don't have much time. And they know this, although they are wasting a bit of time at the moment. I'm now up on time. Shit. One by timeout. That was scary. That was scary. This isn't Wizards chess. This is TikTok boards. Thanks, Twatch lost the plot. What? Who gave him a body? I've had a body for a while. I just haven't usually had it for the morning streams. Yeah. Okay. We need to figure out how are we going to do this in a way that maintains performance. Because I don't want to end up having like I don't want to end up having four convex collision shapes into tri-mesh. Yeah. Cull the planes. It's got nothing to do with culling. If we have, because like each of these are a single shape, and because they're a single shape, that's fine. This box here, this box here is currently 7 collision shapes, and I feel like I can update that and make it just have like multiple static bodies. You know? But what if I want them to be able to move the What if I want them to be able to knock the box off the shelf? Hmm. If we did that, if we had it so that that was a rigid body. Change this to a rigid body. But now I need... Now I need all of these collision shapes to be 1. While still allowing it to go through. So what if I just have the base as the rigid body, and the rest of these were part of their own static body or animatable static bodies? So if I did like an animatable static body, a 3D physics body that can't be moved by external forces, when moved manually, it affects other bodies in its path. No, we can't do that. I guess it's okay. I guess it's okay if that's the only thing in this room that has that. The top, but then the top front's also going to need something like that. My thinking at the moment is we have a single collision shape that is the entire area. So get rid of that. We go a single convex, like such. But obviously, like, get rid of these ones down here, because that's not needed. Anything beneath. Anything that's negative. Or 0. Okay, I know what we need to do. Anything less than 0.0019. There we go. So if we do that, single collision shape, obviously our shapes aren't going to be able to go through here at the moment. What I'm thinking is we have an area there because we need to track the shape going through anyway. And what we do is when the shape goes into that area, we have it automatically rotate to be the same as the area, like to be facing the same direction. so that it can just slot through easily. Yeah, because that way we're also assisting the player. They're not needing to fiddle around with rotations to get it to be the exact right rotation or anything like that. We're like, oh yeah, you're going for this slot. There you go, put it through. So that way it looks better for the player. Yeah. But if we did it that way, if they put it there and then they let go of it, it'll fall through. It'll fall through there. It'll just like fall straight down. Or you have like when it exits that area, its collision is re-enabled. What do you think? Does that sound like a good solution to our problem? Personally, no. What other way could we do it? Trying to figure out the most optimal way to do this so that we don't have like a tri-mesh and multiple convex collision shapes for our lid. I'm thinking we have we just have this one convex shape there, and we set up an area. We set up like an area here that has a collision shape, like a convex collision shape of this, of a hexagon. And when the shape enters that area, we automatically rotate it to the position it needs to be, so the player doesn't have to fiddle around getting it to be the exact right shape or the exact right rotation. And then what we do is we disable the collision so that it can go through. But the problem there is I would either need to take control of the shape and have it go through itself, like have it automatically do it, which takes away from the player, or we have the player push it through, but because it's no longer colliding with this collision shape, they could just let go and it would fall right through. If you're rotating the correct object, just use an area and then detect the right shape. But that has problems. What, Fanny Slam? You want me to do a hot sauce? Which one? You could snap rotate the object and you control it. The player controls it. Because I don't want to take it away from the player. Like, the point of the base idea I have for my puzzles is that they're all completed using kinematic interactions and movements and stuff. So like you grab a lever and you have to like move left or right to like get the lever to move whichever way, stuff like that. Whereas if I'm taking over control here, that kind of takes away from that kinematic interaction. Yeah. Thank you, Fanny Slam. Nummy nummy indeed. Nummy yummy yum nums nums. Get that moved back up. Um what if what if hear me out on this. Hear me out on this. But what if I have this collision shape and then we also have the other collision shapes with the tri mesh in the middle, but those are all disabled. And then when the player starts putting the shape through the slot, we disable this one and enable the other 5 collision shapes. And then once the player's finished, like either they've put it in or they've taken it back or whatnot, we disable those 5, re-enable this one. No. I don't know. A Hmm. I don't know. Hmm. How? How? Um. What? Invalid access property of key level and base objective type nil. Room order 20. What do you mean? Why was it not able to get that? I haven't touched this since the other day when that was working. Level 0. That doesn't make sense. Category 0. Get puzzle category. Is it because we've already completed? Okay, it's because we've already completed the puzzle. Um, if puzzle is null, all puzzles completed. Actually, that shouldn't be there. That should be handled by door. If so, if category is complete, then we want to go. Puzzle select required. And then we can have it set up so the player goes up to the door, they interact with it, they have to select a puzzle, and then it loads the room. Um, return puzzle levels, get category greater than puzzle states get category size. All right. That should work better there. No, apparently not. Ah, because we're doing get puzzle up there. Yep. It shouldn't even be loading the room. What the fuck are you on about? Ah, greater than or equal. That's why. Greater than or equal, not greater than. Because one's a 1 base, the other's a 0 base. Jesus Christ. There we go. And now it has nothing loaded on the other side of that door. Yep, perfect. All right. Cool. Cool. Good shite. Body entered on a base object of null. What the fuck do you... Object 015. I've deleted some stuff, haven't I? Block box. Yeah, that doesn't exist anymore. However, I'm sure... Inner shape box. Let's see. 0.3. Point 2. And 0.34. Oop. 0.46. 45. And we can drop this. Something like that. Nice and easy. Shape goes in there. We know it's in there. That's going to not have a layer. It's gonna go over interacts. Because I haven't named it correctly. I didn't actually fix the issue. All right. Fingers crossed. Cool. Yeah, you've fallen because there's no collider on you. You've also slid down because I haven't set up the pin joints. That's okay. Wait, did I not? Oh, that's right. I didn't correct it. All right. Let's export this again. Um, so I would want to set up a pin joint, a couple of pin joints actually. Um, so I would need this. Um, front hinge 1, front hinge 2. Negative 0.11. U. All right. This is going to have a cylinder. Going to be this. We need to rotate 90. Do I have this rotated? I do have you rotated. Why do I have you rotated? I don't want you rotated. I guess that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. So we have that there. Copy you. Paste you under there. Front hinge pin 1. what we're going to do with that is path to the first node attached to the joint. The node must inherit physics body 3D. If left empty, node B is set. If left empty and node B is set, the body is attached to a fixed static body without collision shapes. Does it create a static body and fix it to this position? If I set these, force with the pinned objects stay in position in relation to each other, higher, stronger. So we want that to be like real high. The force with which the pinned objects stay in velocity relation to each other, the higher the stronger. We set that like as high as possible. So that way these two things just always like locked together. Oh, we got an error. So that's good. It's kept it in position, which is what I was hoping for. It has kept it there. What if I change that to be a box for that? I guess we can not do that. Two, three. Because these here, obviously, they don't. I guess it should mask these things. I guess. But no, I won't be able to do that because then it's not going to. I mean, it should in theory still pin it there. Because like it's there now, but I don't know if that's just because the collision shapes there, holding it in place. Um, because currently that's the only interaction that I've got. Yeah, that's interact on rigid body. Because I need to get rid of that. Basically, this interaction here. How can I set that up? Because the interaction, I don't want it to freeze things. I just want it to be not even reparenting. Um, I don't even know how to do a kinematic interaction system, to be honest. Like, if I. Am I just referencing a rigid body, and when the player moves, am I applying the player's velocity to that rigid body's linear velocity? Is that what we're doing? But then how do I prevent the player from. Like, if the player's holding on to something and they need to and they move backwards, does the player need to be a rigid body? I feel like the player needs to be a rigid body as well. God damn. I'm so cold that my like thighs are hurting from constantly shivering and tensing. uh um yeah, need a full reset. God damn it. Go for kinematic interactions. Lookout modifier, retarget modifier. Am I having things set up under the character? Like um not a look at. A modifier to transfer parent skeleton poses. No. Copies the 3D transform of a bone in its parent skeleton. Rotates the bone to look at a target. This is helpful for moving a character's head to look at the player. Okay. A node used to rotate all bones of a skeleton bone chain in a way that places the end bone at the desired 3D position. I transform to the bone, which is copied. Isn't there like a bone attachment? That's what I was looking for. A bone attachment, a node that dynamically copies or overrides the 3D transform of a bone in its parent skeleton 3D. So if I had a bone attachment, no. I don't know. God, where's Wallaber? Wallaber does all this type of stuff with 4x4 in a furniture store. So you know, bone attachment? Sorry for you. I know, right? I mean, Godot has a bone attachment, but me myself, no. No, unfortunately not. Right, give me 2 seconds. I need to BRB quickly. Oh my god, I'm so cold. I'm so cold. I think I'm officially at the age of a grandparent because when it's cold, my hips hurt. uh, uh, I want to see if there's a good word chain game. Let's see. What's today's word chain? Ah, it's this one. That's right. Like gunshots, long shots. No, long shot. Side long, gun long, road long, play long, mate long. That doesn't make sense. Gunshot. Oh no, shotgun, long shot. Gunplay, playmate. Roadside, side long. That doesn't make sense. What the hell is sidelong? What's sidelong? Fucking sidelong? Studio. Apartment. So is T correct? Studio. Audio. It is apartment. I didn't press enter. Apartment. Uh, apartment. Bedroom. I don't know. Apartment. What? Buddy. Building. God damn, I'm a fucking idiot. Building. I don't know. Block. Building block. Block. Path. Block. Whatever. Oh damn it. Block. Party. Yeah. Party, time, and time capsule. Yeah. 7,500. Jeepers. Let's have a look at some of the past ones for this. Taste test. Okay, taste test. Test. It's not test time. Test. I don't know. Test. Turn. Test tube. Test tube. Tube. I don't know. Why is time the first word that's always come into my mind? Test. Test tube. Tube. I don't know. What the hell is this word? I don't know. Tube. Top. Of course. A tube top. Jesus Christ. Top. I don't know. I'm terrible at this game. Top. Hat. Hat. Top hat. Oh, fuck off. Top head. Top heap. Top heavy. Jesus Christ. Heavy weight. Weight room. Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm terrible at that game. I'm terrible at word chain. That's procedural animation. Not necessarily procedural animation. It partly is, but it's also not. Because I don't have a character created yet. So do I need an armature before I can do this? It's a top down. Push and pull objects in 3D. Push and pull a crate. The crate can move in the Z-axis, and the player can pull it from the front and the sides. Where's the best approach to this? Figured out I managed to make it work by making the raycast really short and slightly altering the code from this tutorial to have. You have to make the hold position node's origin the same as the origin of the object you want to pull or push. Exactly what I was searching for. Simplest way is to make a crate a rigid body, and if player is kinematic or rigid body, you'll be able to push it out of the box. Make a function that ties crate translation, body movement in space, in Godot, with player translation. So yeah, I do think my player needs to be a kinematic. Also, not a kinematic, fucking a rigid body. Actually, no, because if I have it as a character body, like, actually, let me. Actually, I might not need that. Because they should interact with the player still. Let's see. God damn it. I I got rid of all of their pickup logic, so I can't drop them onto the ground. So I drop it onto the ground. And see, I can like walk over it and like move it around and stuff. So my character body does still cause the rigid bodies to move around. But I don't think I think the issue there is if I'm trying to pull something or push something, that doesn't slow the player. Because what I want it to be is like if the player grabs onto a handle or something and they go to move backwards to open it, to like slide something open, that like it shouldn't just move as fast as the player moves. The player's velocity should be impacted by how heavy the thing that they're trying to move is. And I think that's where having the player as a rigid body and having a connection to that would work. I'm going to have to create a character model, aren't I? A woman named Brittany was placed on jury trial. The verdict was decided by Britney Spears. I like it. Coal scientist that studies carbonation. A physicist. I like that one. Yeah, Mike, do you know much about this type of interaction that I'm trying to implement? How do you wake up Lady Gaga? Your poker face. Nope. Dang. Dang. All right, I might have to. Next time I see Wallaberon, I'm gonna be like, "Oi, oi, 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 Wallaber, oi. What's? How are you doing it?" Because I don't know. I don't know if I can set something up now without having a character with an armature so that I can like have the hand connect onto something and then have that prevent the player from moving and stuff. Because this is just picking up stuff, isn't it? Yeah, and then they make a rigid body so that when they drop it, it moves around stuff. That's all. That's all implemented and stuff already. That's fine. Um, and then they said making the raycast really short and slightly altering the code, you have to make the hold position node's origin the same as the origin of the object you want to pull or push. Global transform origin. That's whoops. That's a good one. What up, Acne? How you doing, Lance? Did you need to get rid of some characters to fit more numbers? Hold position, global transform origin. Why the origin? Why are they changing the global transforms origin? Maybe I should have skipped acne. I thought it was funny. I liked it. Acne. You have to make the hold position node's origin the same as the origin of the object you want to push. I'm not sure. Meanwhile, Godot, can I be promoted from Gedunt to Godunt? No such thing as a Godunt. Gedunt is the highest you can get. We do also have paid tiers, though. So everyone that follows is a Gedunt. That's the free tier. Everyone that throws bits are a bit more of a Gedunt. Get it? Get it? Bit more of a Gedunt. And then people that sub tier 1, tier 2 and tier 3. Those are the premium tiers of Gedunt. So yeah. Well, now you are certainly a bit more of a Gedunt. um 3D push and pull. Push and pull, as in the video, but simplest with a constant velocity, ignoring animations. Question is, how can I create a character? How can I communicate the character node and the box object to move it in a solid manner? Know about signals, but there may be better. Sounds like a question about managing state. If the character is in a moving object state, then when the state is entered, it should be given a reference to the object being moved, and then the state can manage the movement of the object and the player. State could also then implement different controls for the player, such as preventing rotation while moving the object, still allowing translation of position. So if I was to do that for this, if I was to do that for this stuff, the player, I don't want to reparent. So I want to do that. And the player base state, if player held is not null, global position, actually no, just the 3-0. Fanny Slam, did you partake in GMTK this year? I did not. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to participate in Jern Jam. I don't know. I don't know. Sure. It's probably something I can do under here, right? Let's interact. That. Question is though, why is it? Um, that's what I want to do. I want to go held equals. Now that's under camera. So I want to do player instance camera to local. Position. We keep setting it to 0. Somehow GMTK never fails. Crash. I mean, GMTK is a pretty big jam, so. Like, where'd it go? Player 45. Oh, duh. Oh. Yeah. Duh. Held on is not self. I don't even need that anymore. The held position just goes there. Rework. That should work. 4am activities. My server weighs 14.1 kilograms. I got it down a lot this week. Must have just held on too much food and fluid and sweating a lot. Chopping at a bush today probably helped. Your server. What? That still isn't correct. Hmm. Held object is null. Held object position. What if I do it as a pin joint? What if I change held to be a pin joint? Because then I wouldn't need to worry about too much. Ooh, what up, Weary? Staying cool with water and shade? I'm freezing. You should be staying warm with like fire and jackets and jumpers and all the sorts of stuff. 3D water and lighting today sounds intense. When you say 3D water, I'm assuming there was a lot of shader work involved with what you were doing today. Also, how you doing, Coyote? Welcome in, you dunce. I'm currently trying to figure out how I want my interaction system to work. Oh, duh. I'm super smart. Um, so this is just a temporary solution, but yeah. Added foam to water edges are figuring out Gertzner waves on Wednesday. I have no idea what the hell a Gertzner wave is. I'm assuming it's some mathematical anomaly that my brain will not want to comprehend. Okay, cool. Sweet. I like it. Okay. I'm thinking instead of that, um, pin joint. Make it tiny. Make it really small. Turn off the collision layers. Node A is that. We go hold pin. Oops. Lots of shader work, but thankfully we have shader hot reloading. Nice. Nice. What are you using? Hot reloading. Are you talking about are you doing like SDL3 or Raylib or something? And you've implemented hot reloading? Also, how the hell do you have shader hot reloading? That's it. Huh. I'm working on a new game. It is a new project. It's approaching a month old. I'm still figuring out how I want things to work in the game. But basically, I want it to feel like a combination of Portal and Stanley Parable. I want it to be a puzzle game where the puzzles progress the narrative, but depending on how you complete the puzzles, depends on what narrative you go down, and also what endings you ultimately get. So there will be multiple endings, there will be secrets that you uncover through multiple playthroughs, as well as more story that you uncover through multiple playthroughs. You don't have to complete the puzzles either. You can just tell the NPCs that are getting you to do the puzzles that you can't figure out that puzzle, and then they'll confirm. They'll be like, well, I mean, we can move on to the next one if you want. And if you confirm that you want to move on, then they're like, all right, cool. And there's like mark down that puzzle as like not completed, and then you move on to the next thing. But that obviously alters the narrative and what ending you get and stuff like that. And this here will be the easiest puzzle. It's just a shape box. You just got to put the shapes into the box. There's an intended solution, which is put them all through their allocated slot. Yeah. There's multiple creative solutions. So, such as just open up the box. Open up the box and just put them in. Done. Creative solution. Or do like the meme and put them all through the square slot. You know? All that type of stuff. Jai and Raylib. Oh, you've got access to Jai. Ah. Scan the shader directory file changes, and when they happen, we try to recompile the changes. Then tell the materials to use the new shader. Then get rid of the old one. Yeah, nice. Nice. How is Jai to work with? Because honestly, if it's worth it, then I want it. But yeah, like at the moment, I'm just kind of figuring out I'm just figuring out what I want the interaction system to be like. I want it to be very physics-based interactions. So you grab onto a lever or a handle or something, and you have to actually move in game to like open things and move things around and whatnot. I've never done an interaction system like that. So I have no idea what to expect. Of course, because I need to go get path. And then this. I can kind of just add, like I can tweak that as we go. That's all right. I'm contemplating doing a game jam in the coming months, in which I revisit some Raylib stuff. I know why. I know why. If hold pin node B is not null, there we go. Hold pin. So I get rid of it. Clear it out. Nothing. If I just need to get this working for the time being, and then I can clean it up later. Actually, no, I don't need to do that because I'm assigning the other thing. So that'll be fine. Is it because it has no collision? No collision layer or anything like that? It's very nice to work with. I don't think I've scratched the surface of the metaprogramming with the metaprogramming yet, but we're doing code generation at compile time and runtime inspection for debug info in the game. Damn. All right, what errors do we have? All right, those ones I don't really care about at the moment. Um, hmm. You know what? That's not really going to help, but. Alright, guys, break it up. Me to the Z fighting. I wonder. Now, the Raycast isn't colliding with it. Okay, let's see if this works. I'm fighting through my cold right now. So there it is down there, bottom center. That little red dot. Hmm. Above zero. Maximum impulse that it receives. If if the dampening and bias is not used by Jolt's physics, is not supported by Jolt physics, then how the hell is a pin joint supposed to work? A pin joint's just not a thing in Jolt. Or is my collision shape too small, or is it because it has no collision layer? Actually, if event's not interaction, it's basically the same as what I just had. Um, Why? Why is this happening? So it did set it. Oh, also, Weary, what's your game? Post links and stuff. You seem to know what you're doing, so I'm sure your game will be much more polished than anything I put out there. Hmm. I wonder if I give it a layer of player, if it'll work. No. Pin joint does not work. Hmm. Because I can see that it sets node B's node path. Now, I know it's a rigid body, but that should. Oh, hello. Okay, that's doing something now. Interesting. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Why is it now working? Now it's not. I don't know. It's like the moment I set any bias or anything like that, the pin joint just stops working. Ah. Amateur. Mm-hmm. I want to get rid of you. Mm. I'm just hammering. You can take that now. That's fine because I don't need it. It is not needed. Mm-hmm. Mm. So you go there, I'll go there and check. But you can do that. You go there, I can just take, so that's alright. Mm. That's not good. This is not a good position for me to be in. I overlooked part of this agreement. They know they have nothing, though. Shit. I didn't see that. There was nothing I could have done there. I was screwed. Yep. Alright, so why does this... If I get rid of that, let's go back to having no set bias or dampening. Why is this not working? It sets node B. It worked once. But there was nothing different. Oh, hang on. No, I don't have these frozen. Is it because they're sleeping? Is it because they're sleeping? Ow. It's because it's sleeping. It's because it's sleeping. All right. Um, Collision Object 3D. Get node. Hold pin. Node B. If it's not null, you go if has node get that. Then we go node can sleep true. So we make sure that when we drop something, when we drop it, we're re-enabling can sleep. So that way, when we pick them up, move them about, drop it, there it goes back to sleeping. Nice. Nice. Nice, nice, noisty, nice. All right. Now we got to like fine tune it so when we pick something up, it has like a little bit of drag behind where the player's looking, but it's still mostly within. I wonder if that's gravity. If I set all of these to be that, then we're picking them up. Is that going to make them act a bit better? No. I wonder. Is it trying to come to the pin joint? Like the pin joint node itself? Okay. So maybe instead of moving held, all right. Let's see what happens now. Notice how that passes through it, though. All right. Add exception rid. Interaction rid. What's the other thing? I'm assuming that's just doing the same thing. Oh, okay. So that's working, but obviously not. Hello. Did that puzzle get marked as completed? It did get marked as completed with a glitched. Okay, so that's something I need to obviously fix. Um, because I think it's automatically. Um, I'm not going to worry about the logic for that too much at the moment. Interaction's what we need. What do you think? Obviously, there's some fine tuning that needs to be done. I don't like that. Hmm. I don't like that it just passes directly through. I wonder if dampening is all I need to do. I doubt it. I do doubt it. It just passes through collisions. It's not really what I'm after. Yeah, I don't think that's. Mm. I was wrong on my stream. Not much. Don't raid. Not long. Not long. Jeepers. Hmm. Yeah, we'll get rid of this stuff. Um, hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure. That's yeah. Delete that. Delete that. Change type. Back to that. Um. All right. I'm not sure how we're going to get that done. I think because I don't want it to just be. I don't know if I want it to be like I know that I don't want to just be setting position. I want to be giving it a velocity. Because obviously like when we're holding something and we move, we want it to hit a wall. We don't want it to go into the wall. Yeah. The only thing I could think of, what if we set up like a spring arm? What if we set up a spring arm and we have the spring arm position be whatever rigids, NPCs. I want to test something here quickly. Um, Add excluded object. Adds the physics body 3D object with the given rid to the list of excluded objects. Yes. Yes. And then I can do a and now do a pin joint under this. Um, if I set this as what's this? Shape 3D to use for the spring arm. When the shape is set, the spring arm will cast the shape 3D on its Z axis instead of performing a raycast. Now, I'm happy with the raycast. So, um, I think that'll be fine. Okay, so if we do that, I just want to see if it's giving us that. Okay, so it has pushed it off. I've been back actively watching for like 5 minutes, and I was like, "Why is the stream so quiet?" Turns out, I had it mutes. You or I'm tinkering with interactions at the moment. And I think I have an idea. I have an idea. If this works, um, 'elif held pin node B is not null. Ten more hours. No, my hips are hurting because it's cold and I'm old. Um, if you do held pin node B, we get that. No, not notification. Node B. Node can sleep. True. And held pin node B is nothing. Because I can't assign it null. I can do that, and I think that'll work. We also need to do raycast remove exception of interaction and held remove excluded objects interaction get rid and if held pin node B is not an empty path, then we want to take these four, pop them under here. Node. Node. All right. Let's see what magic we can make happen. If this works, I'm going to be so ecstatic. Base of null instance, 47. Um, if it's not empty, and held pin, and we have path, sorry, has node. There we are. Oh, fingers crossed. That's pretty cool. uh Zed! No. Oh, you were gonna be my raid target, Zed. What up, Johnny? How are we? Oh, back and arm cracking. Yeah, you beat me to it. You beat me to it. What up, Rara? What up, everyone that's come in? Thank you for the raid. Hope you're having a fantastic day. I'm just tinkering around trying to figure out how I want the interaction system to be for my new game. What were you up to, Zed? Tell us your feelings about React and people telling you whether you should use it or not. I may have been lurking during that conversation. uh, but I'm currently why is that? Hmm. Let's see. I need a dancing skeleton just like a shark. That reminds me, I need to create a skeleton. If I can get a skeleton created and rigged, or even just find a free skeleton online that I can rig and get that set up for Halloween, that would be good. I believe you have robot antennas in the wrong place. It is. It is. It's good. It's nice. It gets good reception. It keeps me keeps my body in check mostly. Yeah. You're free to have my terrible one. I need to fix that. I don't want it to be hanging down like that. Goes in the square one. Well, technically that one is for the diamond slot that goes on this side. And the green one is for the square. Uh-oh. Huh. Jolt is overheating. Yep, Jolt's overheating. Mouse scroll to prefer a distance away. I want it to be. I want it to be that the distance away is however far away it is when you interacted with it. Yeah. So what I would want actually is have this there, and then when I interact with it, I go held look at interaction and held spring length equals I need to get the distance. Yeah. Bouncy arm if it's too close. Okay. So I'm using a spring arm at the moment. Yeah. And it's true, they do all go in the square hole. This is true. This is true. But the length would have to be the distance too. They do like global position, distance to interaction, global position. And then down here we can just go held spring length 1, held rotation, just zero it all out. So that should. Ah, shit. That's right. I've got an issue with my saves at the moment. Oh, I know why. I know why, because it's. So I can have it go negative. I wonder if a negative spring arm length is going to cause it problems. I think it does. Um, so that's not good. If I do that, maybe that'll give us the opposite. Yeah, there we go. And then I can go up to the wall there and you see how it comes closer because it's comes closer because of the spring arm. Yeah. And the spring arm brings it closer because it's yeah. Yeah, cool. Now I just need to figure out how to get it to stop being off center. Because there's dampening that we need to apply and stuff like that. But again, I don't think this is going to be the actual implementation. I think this is just a possible way of doing it. Hmm. I'm terrible at these games. End up putting all the pieces in square hole. That's going to be one of the solutions. So there's going to be multiple solutions. There's the intended solution, which is putting all the shapes through their corresponding hole. That's the intended thing you're supposed to do. There's going to be creative solutions, such as placing all of them through the square hole. You know, perhaps what you do is you open up the box and you just place them, like just put them in the box. Don't worry about what hole they're going through. Just throw them all into the box. Who cares? Um, or maybe because it's a kinemat, like because it's a IK interaction, like physics interaction type thing, maybe you're able to glitch them into the box without going through this area here. I don't know. We'll make glitches part of the game. Yes. But yeah, I don't like how much this is like dangling. It's like they should be like close. Like that's just hanging from it. And that one I like. That one I like. Oh, I think I know why it's happening. Yeah, I know why. Yeah, that's because the pin joint. We need to we would need to set the position. Um the global position would need to be the held pin global position. But yeah, I don't think this is the approach we want to take. Oh, why did that not work? Huh. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be the intended solution. I don't think it's going to be the interaction system we go with. Yeah. Yeah, we'll figure something out. That's what we'll do. As to what we will figure out, it'll be something, that's for sure. What we'll do. Let's go there. Actually, I'm gonna check. I've been on for a bit. Let's see. They've been on for a while, haven't they? Oh no. No, we'll go here. We'll go here. Haven't raided. Haven't raided them before, so we'll go say hi. I need to do some more research on this interaction process and exactly how I'm going to set it up. And we'll hopefully be able to get it figured out tomorrow. Hopefully have, by the end of tomorrow, an interaction system where we can like grab stuff, pull it, push it, and also have that impact our character's movement speed. Which I think is going to require us changing our player to be a rigid body 3D instead of a character body. That's going to make the entire process so much more complicated. Maybe I'll get to see Maybe I'll go check out some of Wolver's recordings and see how they did it. But anyway, I'll catch yous tomorrow. Have a great one, you get dunce.